Morning, morning. Hmm. Is this halted? James, that's awesome, man. Let me know if you have any questions. I almost sold XRP last night before I went to sleep. I was looking at the 4-hour chart, and I was like, man, there's some bearish divergence going on there on the 4-hour. So maybe I just sell it tonight and buy it again, tomorrow morning or something. I'm like, well, that was glad I didn't do that. What's up with VLCN? Jeez. What the hell's up with this thing? Why is Ross down $50,000? I think I said 50K. He doesn't have it up right now.
Seagulls are evil.
Seagulls are evil. He must have been in this flush down here. What the hell? I'm out of it. I don't even have all my stuff up. Restart. Is there news on VLCN? He had 20,000 shares on the drop. Jeez. They're doing a Bitcoin treasury. I'm telling you, man, so many of those are just absolute juice plays. It's crazy. And then other times they don't do anything. It's the most bizarre feature of this market right now. FIMO, let's go 7 months. Well, hit me up, James, if you ever need to. Don't be using real money, that's for sure. What happened to SRM? It's not on my charts anymore. Oh, it's Tron now. Oh, it's looking actually really nice. Ascending triangle here. Bada bang, bada boom. I mean, that is juicy. All right. Wow. It's down 16,000 now. So it was 20. Guess I didn't miss nothing. Do you understand what kind of devastation if we ever get a crash in crypto? Do you understand what kind of devastation that's going to do to this market? With all the levered plays, all the connected plays, Bitcoin ETH ETF, Bitcoin ETH this, ETH XRP. I mean, everything is entangled now. It's just going to bring everything down. Sailor won't let it happen. DFDV is what I'm watching today, getting over that 37.75 level. Really like that one. What's up with Bull? Q3 for crypto. This thing is wild. So whenever this CEPO resumes, this is probably going to be pretty juicy. Tau? Is that a cryptocurrency? Dogecoin treasury? Oh, jeez. Gotta get some of that. What? $500 million equity and debt facilities to launch Dogecoin treasury. What more could I ask for from my first trade of the day? Sale up to $400 million of shares, and $100 million convertible debt to launch company's Dogecoin treasury strategy. Oof. Not holding up well. I'm out. Currency of Mars. It might be BULL. 5 minute. Is that 1353? Oh, for crying out loud, the Pope. Jesus, mother of God. Son of a gun. BSLK. 432. Interesting. Heavy. All right. Potty break. Starting to hit. Oh, now it goes. Now it goes right when I take my hand off the mouse. right. See what the heck this market BMNR. What the heck was that move? I don't know. We'll see. This market's gonna be crazy today, I feel like. Fail here. Come on. No. Oh, bastard. Oh, into a cock. Great. 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 CYCC daily cock 10 something. Tell her way. Just top. And I got dicked. Oh, for 3 this morning. C4. How does that not go? And the ass get together, who wins? It's constantly sellers right now. And sellers again. Here it is. This absolutely should be going. Wow. Nope. Selling some of the stock odds. Hopefully we get a pop. Oh. Watch. I'll leave. It'll go. Tron. Oh yeah. Hold it down. Wow, it's quite the pullback. XXII. What's up with this one? You're an open? Jeez. Nice work. RKLB. Wow. We have a resumption on CPO yet? $9.50. Thank you. This could be a juicer. This could save your day here. Upon closing the conversation, expected to trade under the ticker BSTR. Transaction highlights one of the largest ever pipes, up to 1.5 billion fee, plus 5,000 Bitcoin. It's quoting 16. It's not terrible. First Bitcoin dominated pipe, funded entirely through in-kind contribution. XXII. Having a hard time with that 850. Yeah, this Unity move just baffles me. Circle trying to curl. Finally, a freaking green trade. I want to watch this SIPO. Is it still, is it quoting 18? It's quoting 20? Oof. The LCN gap up. Fill the gap and go. Watch that one. $18, $16. Watch over 16. Jeez. Jeez. Did not expect this. Keep dumping. We'll get a play out of this. From 1650 to 14. DRPO coming back up. XXII, nothing. VLCN, nothing. VVPR, just chilling. $44.20. DRPO. Video starting to go. There it goes. DRPO. DRPO, RGTI still going together. VLCN coming back up. Bull gave it all back. It's a freaking shame. Oh shit. Oh shit. It should be green on the day now. Let's go! PRO juice. S-bet curl. This daily is interesting. All right, we're back to green. For those that are watching on Rumble, can you type something? I want to make sure the chat part is connected. I don't see it showing up. DM. What do we got now? Busted. This backfired real quick. CEO and HR having an affair and were outed during Coldplay's concert. Are these people like famous or something? Andy Byron and Kristen Cabot from Astronomer. Wife's Facebook has already been found and people commenting on it. Oh no. Oh no. This is
either they're having an affair or they're yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
This is the friend who knows what's going on. She's just as bad.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay?
Like, where are you going, bud? You do this kind of...
Affair or they're just very shy.
It's in the education portal.
I'm not quite sure.
With the classes.
Yeah. Oh, look.
Oh, he's got the hands on the titties and everything, man. The real question is what lie did they tell their significant others? Where were they supposed to be that night? What's astronomer? Astronomer.io.
No, it means that they can sell shares on the open market, essentially, to raise money.
A ticker ENOV, Echo November Oscar Victor notes
So
Muddy
if institutional
Waters
investors have those warrants,
research
they can
is
exercise
retweeting
them. So if
on
they have warrants to own the
ENOV
stock at like $1
short
a
report.
share, they exercise the warrant, they buy the stock at $1 a share, and then they turn around and sell it on the market.
Sure, seeing an increase of activity. Echo November Oscar Victor.
Yeah, if they acted normal, they would have been fine. Camera would have moved on. Nobody would have known. You do that kind of thing, people are going to want to know what's up. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You could hear Ross when he was talking. He's not usually on this late, so I'm not used to muting him. SIPO, trying to find a bottom, potentially. We'll see. Best bet. Boys, I want to point out something. Last night, I was about to sell. I was like, we got a high, higher high, higher high. This is the 4-hour chart. And on the RSI, we had a high, lower high, and a lower high. I was like, man, is this bearish divergence here? LAWR IPO. Robot Consulting. As in robot AI lawyer? Is that the play here? A lot of volume on the first candle. Was it 2 million shares? Let me see what Zero had to say about it. Human Cloud Resource System, Book Runners, Oral Capital, E.F. Hutton. It's Tokyo. Tokyo's not China, though. My coworkers like this all the time. And halted down. Bull trying to curl. DPRO. Coming back up to the highs. APM on watch as well. For break of 210, I guess it is. 209. What the hell is up with Unity, man? That thing is blowing me away. Am I playing open? I haven't played it yet. I saw a couple peeps mention it. I don't know where this has come from. It's huge. Well, E-Trade says it's a huge float. Might be wrong. DPRO coming back up. Cock on this is 82. SIPO. SIPO with the curl. Decent buyers, decent fill. I haven't cracked 14. I don't want it to. A lot of buying at 14 didn't break. Not a good sign. Don't want to see the front. Okay, there we go. Into a halt. Nope. And okay. Okay. Yeah, as soon as I put the order out, it's like, dump it! He's trying to exit! Oh my gosh! All right, what is the fib retracement on this bounce here? Could get to 15. We're at the first level though, 1450. .90 MA is this 1450. So if we see a break of the 1450 and then it reclaims to the downside, not a good sign. MRKR is juicing. Ideally, you see the break of 1450 with volume and it holds it. We'll see. Profit stop will be the first cuck we get, which would be 1420 break now. That's the profit stop. We're looking for 1450. So, oh, that is all right. I'm stopping out. Close enough. I don't want to be in it. I can always get back. MRKR is added to the list. DPR 1 minute, maybe. SBET. SIPO. Newegg Daily. Damn. Okay, that's on the list now. Citron positive on RKT. Aren't they? Have they been in that one forever? Good call 0 on that Newegg. Bull trying to get back to the highs. Pretty clear diagonal. Maybe not so. Newegg. Freaking dollar spread. I want to trade this one, but it needs, I think, more volume. DPRO, 5 minute. It broke that little lip. 75 break. The MACD is down, so you got to be careful. A little tough getting through the 675. Take it off. SBET, trying again. This is a 5 minute cuck that didn't do anything, so 36.76 break would be a long for me. And DPRO went 5 minute cock into a cuck. I know we got a lot of new peeps today. If you're asking me questions and I'm ignoring you right now, it's not intentional. The first hour of trading is by far the busiest time of trading. So as things cool off, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have. And MRKR juice and $50s. See if we can break and hold it. 45. Nope. Nope. Don't do that. Don't do that. Nasty candle. That needs to change. Oof. Nope. Taking it. Taking the L. Taking the L. What's up with tobacco? Having a knack. Jeez. Seeing more and more of it. Like, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's crazy. DFDV. That looks really juicy. Spreads are ass as usual. Really looking for that 33.75. It's a ways away, but this looks really nice. You watching Bolt Projects Holdings? I haven't found a ticker that I'm just like focused on right now. I've been flipping around all over the place. This thing is just going the wrong way. I can't short any of these, so that's why if they're going down, I just ignore them. Jewel can stay on the U.S. market. Who owns Jewel? Is that Altria? Interesting. That should be XXII should be dumping on that. Here's 59. It's really light volume. Say that, and then somebody push it down with some size. MRKR trying to curl off the 90 MA 350 level. SIPO. 5 minute. PLTR. Hey, remember when I said I should be buying a PLTR? Was it like $80? I'm like, this is dumb. This isn't. Yeah, should have done that. VVPR close to some levels. Jeez. RGTI coming up to yesterday's highs. Here's your BBAI salt going for it. Dude, Unity is on fire, and I don't understand it. $40 break. Good fill. Chunks starting to get hit. Not big ones. Come on, let him hit the ask. This is a real shot here. It probably pops pretty good if this breaks. Oh, there's some chunks. Hidden seller now. Technically did break it somehow. $14.52. All right, I got orders to go if it breaks. No idea how much this hidden seller is. Partially in. Good trade. Do we invest in NAC? Any Chinese company that has a stock that looks like this, yeah, I'm not touching that ever again. Annie, you got XRPT? Nice, Annie. Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Ah, Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? You've been hit by a smooth criminal. Annie, have people been doing that to you your entire life? For crying out loud. Oh, you freaking A. This guy got his paycheck again. We got 400 peeps in here today. That must mean Stocky's not on today. Stocky not streaming. Well, I'm happy to be your number 2. I'll take his sloppy seconds. Xena. That's real interesting on Xena. Broke the 460 level. I don't know where this volume came from. Jake, let's go with the 100 biddies.
Chat SJ is now at the age where he needs to start getting colonoscopies.
No.
Oh, Billy.
No.
Berries and cream with a side of not the buttons in my bum bum.
Oh my gosh. Something wrong with you, Jake. Minus 3,000 PE. That sounds just the level I'm looking for. Doctor, proctologist. Yeah, that sounds like a no. Oh, stop it. YHC halted. Now, halted down. Damn. SIPO pulling back again. Let's do a prediction for you, boys. Does SIPO break 16 before 4 p.m.? Yeah. It's a woman and cock right here. Asylum, let's go, buddy. Why is everybody playing open? Was this on like Reddit or something? Like it wasn't even on my radar and everybody's talking about it. Come on, 692, Xena. We're 10 cents away, Xena. Or your princess. Ooh, almost got it. 85, and then it's on. Yep. $88, $90. Taking half off, locking it in. Can you explain what a gap up is, please? James, what they are referring to, you see gap up. It's so this candle here, this is the daily chart. This candle here closed yesterday at 4 p.m. at $1.49, right? Right in there. The open at 9:30 this morning was at 191. That is called a gap up. So during the after hour session and the early morning session, the pre-market, the stock moved from here to here. That's the gap that they're talking about. So it moved after hours and juiced up, and then the market opened, and that's where it started. That's what they refer to as a gap up. Ross was up $200,000 on that trade on the VLCL one, and then it went red on him. Is that how? Holy shit! I can't imagine being up 200 grand on it on anything on one ticker. The size the man is taking, the stones he has. CM, Chief Marketing Officer, leaving Reddit. Okay. Xena trying for the 1 minute cock here. Here you are, 250. Yeah. All right, there's the daily break. He had 20,000 shares and he was up $10 on it, and then it reversed on him. Holy shit. Holy shit. Watch BULL. That's doing a nice curl. $7 on Xena. All right, here's 7. Everybody sees the wall here, and they're not scared. You don't see a lot of front running. Say that. All right. Good trade. Good trade. Got us back over 2K on that one. Let's see if we can break 7 here on Xena. New egg. Watch the 30 level on New Egg. Back to Xena, pushing 7 again. Got 703 fill. It's really not chooching yet. Good volume, but the kind of break we're looking for here. Gonna take the L.
SJ Thong's merch when?
Oh
Love you,
my
Daddy.
gosh. Who is that? Caddy. Let's go, bud. 23. SBET still looking for that 3676. MACD flip. Oh. As soon as I take it. Don't pull back. Don't be the pullback start. Get back over 36. There you go. Here's 24. Nice. 40, 45. Bullshit, Phil. Good, Phil. Okay, okay. See if 36 can hold again. Do you have any content where I can learn more about your setup and screeners? Well, I don't have any like screeners, so to speak. Just high day scanners is basically it. Stocks that are the way I find my stocks in the morning is just whatever's moving, whatever's gapping up. I put it on a list. That's it. There's nothing special. And then I know you can't see it right now. This is what my screen really looks like. I got an ultra wide. That's why it looks funky on your side. But I got a watch list over here that I just constantly flip through. These are the ones that I'm actively watching from Circle to Xena. And then these are the ones that have moved recently that might not be moving today, but maybe hit a daily level that I'll keep an eye on, like this guy, SQFT, insane move this day. all we're doing is like light pullbacks, light volume. I want to watch for the first daily candle over candle on that. And that's it. I just flip around. If something hits the my scanner here, these are the high day, low day scanner. That looks good. I'll add it to the list. And then I've got my charts over here. These little 8 stocks that I'm actively watching. Like ready to trade watching. SBET come back up. That's it, man. Shit. How did I get filled at 84? Can you stop with that? Oof, that's ugly. Six. Yeah, I'm gonna get dicked on this, man. I'm gonna get dicked pretty hard. I'm gonna exit that one. God! And that's how you lose $1,000. What a slow ass fill. Okay. I ran right through that level. That's the one I wanted to play. Wasn't paying attention. Missed it. It broke 50 and held it. Maybe it needs to break again. I'm gonna cuck, might flush it. Go, you bastard. 71. Give me the 71. Okay. Do something with that. In seller at 72. Okay, it's gone. 80. Good. 38. Can we get it? Give me my money back! Uh-oh. Xena, 5-minute cuck. Hollow. Daily cock on Hollow would be $6 or $5.95. Keep that on watch. New egg over 30. How to learn SJ strat? Which one? The part where I just lost 1,000 and got it back? Yeah, that's some kind of headline at LASE. What's that? LASE completes its validation of QS 700 or 7001 quantum resistant hardware platform cryptographic toolbox. Eh. PTCS juicing. S-bet trying to curl again. Not a fan of these spikes here, but we'll see. Uh, $0.50 spread. It makes it a little tough. It's the tough part about a 50-cent spread. Jeez. If it doesn't juice when you break, you're like stuck a little bit. Why would that be a negative? Oh, FSLR has Indian operations. Tariffs on Indian goods is what the play is. Potential. I had to sell some, and then it immediately goes up. Sell and move. Sell and move. Market maker's like, all right. All right, INKT. This is a daily chart I've been waiting on as well. 3060. KT, that would be 3064. So we're $1 away from it. Bull trying to curl again. Bull about to go. Is this 1353? It's right there. It broke. Three. North side. So what are we doing here? There it goes. It's kind of extended. That's why I'm kind of short leash on it. New egg 1 minute. We got on the day. 2100 bucks. All right. Xena trying to 5-minute. BLC uncurling. It's got a bit of a diagonal that it is rising resistance. So it needs to break that for it to open up. See if we can do it here. $0.70 spread. Another 70-cent spread. What are we doing? All right, well, it broke it. Now let's look at some horizontals. Got the whole level there. Somewhere there. See you, Caddy. Back under the diagonal. Needs to get back over it. 35 break and hold. Gel's hitting the scanner. Not sure what's up with that. Pope's still here. How do you... The Pope, you work night shift. How are you even awake? I don't know how you do it. You're an animal. I don't know how you do it. So 1 minute. Oh, nice. Nice. 67. Okay. Just small. Trying to get that 36. Nope. Oh, come on. It's a tough trader, man. I'm watching CPO at like that 1425 level. It's interesting. Yeah. Meh. New egg dump. Waymo is increasing its footprint with Uber. This is from Beta Chuck. Let's freaking go, Beta Chuck. Let's freaking go, Beta Chuck. What am I in at 50? Starting to give it back. Damn, it's not holding. I gotta let the rest go. Break even on the rest. Waymo. See if this can get a second juice. That was nice, though. Beta check with the win there. ABVE hitting scanners. That was a nice break. And pop. Nice. See if nice spike. Nice spike. Yeah, that's the bull's got some range, man. Where does it keep? I could have sworn I had it on the list here. Guess not. why am I not trading Lucid? Lucid it's a 3 billion share float, so it doesn't really move much. Like this candle over candle was 3 cents. Like I ain't making a lot of money on 3 cents. So that's it. It's just that it's range. I need something with a lot of range, so a lot of high beta. Just buy lots of shares. I mean, I could. I prefer not to. Bull finally going. It's getting close. It's just creeping right now. Freaking dollar spread. DPRO, decent 5-minute if it wants it. XXII, give it all back. SIPO. METCB. Daily cock potential. I don't know what this thing is. There's no volume on it. Yeah, INKT is very interesting still. It's hard to trade right now. There's the LV saying their commitment to $1 billion Bitcoin, whatever. Why is it so thick? Confirms commit to 1 billion strategy and governments. Why is it so thick? Going the wrong way here, bud. You're literally going the wrong way. And then you bounce up to... Hate trading. Anyway. Yeah. This is gonna get the daily candle over candle, and I get real interested. Sang. Let's go 15 months. Got some levels at 29, and then just the spreads are so tough. Your YouTube video of your strategy explained is still strategy. It's one of the strategies I use. Door. I only have done one video of one strategy I use. I use a bunch of different ones. But yeah, that is one. That's a momentum strategy. So you want the stock to be going, you know, clear momentum. So like Unity this morning, you know, you want the stock to look like this when you're trading that 1 minute. So this would have been a perfect 1 minute candle over candle right here. Big move up. All right, let's look at it like this. Big move up. Candle over candle over candle over candle over candle over candle over candle. And then we got a pullback. We did not make a new high. So this is considered a pullback candle. And the entry on this would have been candle over candle. So 36.50. So 36.49 break. And you're looking for an immediate pop. This is the time to use that. Take your profit and let it reset again. Candle over candle. This time, you got to be aware when you're doing this. Is there signs of weakness anywhere? So this move was pretty strong. The second move wasn't as strong. So then we go into a pullback here. And then we get the candle over candle right there. Got you a pop. Certainly slowing down, right? Then it expanded again. So it's always, always looking for, is this it? Is this it? You did get another couple legs in it. But eventually, wow, golly, it really did go. So pulled back now though, but yeah, that first one. The more times you do the candle over candle on the initial run, you have to assume it's going to get weaker. The first one's usually the best. Sometimes it can surprise you, like this one. KT broke. Did you look at SoFi? No. Didn't look at SoFi. I didn't even thought about that one today. Just real high volume billions here float. Not one I would typically trade. You don't need a commission-free broker, but you'd have to just make enough money to cover your commissions. Certainly helps. I want my commissions. I want to see what they're at right now. So it's crazy. I've only got 12,000. Oh wow, we crossed the $200,000 mark today. Didn't even know that. So I've only got 12,000 in commissions for the year. Kite. All right, what is this? 64. Please give us a pullback before we go break that level. Oh my gosh. There's fees that go into it. The broker doesn't charge you commissions, but there are fees. What are they called? FCC fees or whatever they are. Give us a pullback. 30.64. That's the level we're looking for right there, boys. Freaking dollar spread here. You can see volume is accelerating. Let's see if that continues. Joby. Oh my gosh. I wanted to buy Joby at like 450 this year. Ah! Well, we're going to be waiting a little longer on this one. Couple cents per trade. Yeah. Yep. But they add up, especially when you do the volume that I do. I wonder what I got this month on fees. $500. This is already my best month this year. I thought last month was good. This year has been nuts, dude. Oh no. Okay. Last month was still the best. We're only halfway through this one. Oh, jeez. Currently up 193% on the year. Up 4,000% over the last 3 years. Speculation that Lucid is partnered with Luminar. This is a beta check one. And it's going the wrong way. We've seen a lot of that, where news hits and immediately goes down on good news. The only way that can be attributed to someone is feeding false information to the news wires and needs the liquidity to exit. Xena, still looking for that 5-minute. This is interesting to me. How'd you end up with more fees for 2K difference in gains? It's probably... It was probably... I traded more options. I do still get fees on option trading. $280 break is something. There's an options. Well, I can't tell you what to do. Congratulations. So Luce is up on Uber deal? Is that why it's up? Uber Neuro Robotech. $300 million from Uber. Congratulations. I didn't even catch that.
You.
I can't tell you what to do. It looks like you're going to go test 350, you know, just on the daily chart. I mean, you can all, if you're probably way up on them, you can always take out your cost basis and then you're just playing with the house's money. The daily max on Tesla. Tesla's got a wedge going. It's updating right now. Intraday max is 134. End of day max, or not 134, 334 and 337. But yeah, congratulations on your play. Congrats, it's awesome. Missed my exit, it looks like. But a pretty good day. 2,400 bucks so far. Whew. Look at that. That is brutal. DPRO trying to curl. Bull still interesting. 5 minute on that one. Air up. This thing's juice in ABVE. Bull. VVPR high day. Watch this one. Because you got that 739 right behind it. Get this on my list. I like this one a lot. Flat top on bull. Bull has a W now at 1363. ABVE, nice 1 minute. Nope. Okay. Tron. I like it. It gets up closer to these high days. Nasty drop. ABVE, trying again. Love as soon as I freaking get in. 5-cent drop. 10-cent drop. To a cuck. Ah, yes. Yes! And that's gone. Okay. MACD just flipped negative. I'm the cooler. I am still the cooler, boys. I am still the cooler. Bull trying again. Dip Hope. The man that never sleeps. High here was 68. Did we not break it? Yeah, we did. Didn't do anything with it. There you go. Lyft partner with Alaskan Airlines. I don't think that's gonna move this much. Made $40 on it. Back to this. What's my P&L today? It's right up here. See it? $2,300.
Mass attack
Oh, for
starts in
crying out
5,
loud.
4, 3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
All right, boys and girls. You got 2 minutes. Throw your digital shit at me. Go for it. Get Discord. Stop it! Get it in, boys. Here, I'll give you the full facial. Give me the full facial. Give it to me. Come on, give me the full facial. Make it drip. Make it drip. For those that don't know what's going on, you have 2 minutes. Down in the About section where it says Viewer Attack, you have 2 minutes to throw things at the screen for free. Usually costs money. This is your moment. Figure it out. Beastie Brew, thank you. Oh my gosh, you can throw the freaking dancing chick? All right, I want all dancing chicks. I want all dancing chicks all over the screen. Oh, it's over. No, it's not over. Keep going. I want dancing chicks. All over the screen. I mean, on my face is good, but I want it all over. All over the screen. Yes! 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 Make it rain! Hentai! Yes! Is it good for you? Janked. Bull with a cock and go. I'm dead. I'm freaking dead. I'm freaking dead right now. Do you understand?
Note ticker GIII. Note to Herb Greenberg, guys, out with a short report. Golf, India, India, India.
Short report on GIII. How'd I get filled at 60? Jeez. Herb Greenberg? This is from Beta Chuck. I feel like that name's moved stuff before. And of course, it gets extremely spready. And bounces right back.
Note Herb Greenberg says GIII's accounting is a tad tangled, including mismatch of fiscal year ends among several of its foreign subsidiaries and the parent company.
Hollow says it's purchased Bitcoin.
GIII seen a bump in activity on that short report from Herb Greenberg.
200 million? Jeez. Daily cock on Hollow now. Hollow's purchased up to announced it has purchased up to. How do you purchase up to 200 million? It's either you purchased 200 million or you didn't. In Bitcoin and cryptocurrency related treasury derivatives, again with a current cumulative income 34 million. Kind of needs a hold here. I don't like the selling I'm seeing. Son of a bitch. Xena 5-minute. Watch that one. Break is 690. Got the daily cock on this Hollow. It's kind of giving it up. We'll see if we can get a secondary move. I like this for the really crazy. Really crazy. Xena 5-minute worked out beautifully. Wear the robe and XRP break. I don't want to jinx it, man. What if it doesn't? What if it freaking doesn't? Newsmax. It's a big pop. Hollow has a tendency not to hold up its moves, so even though that news is exactly what this market loves to play, Hollow leaves a bad taste in people's mouths. If XRP breaks all-time highs today, I'll put on the rope. $15. There we go, Hollow. You gotta keep going. You can't just do these little crackety cracks. 620 and then we're Gucci. And then we're Gucci. Too much selling. Too much selling. Look at this. Too much selling. Jeez. Oh, crying out loud. It's almost like they knew I was selling when I hit the sell button. Jeez. Bull trying it again. Thing is looking strong. Bang your mom. Are you doing okay there, bud? We need to keep you around. Don't freaking blow up your account. XRP to the moon. What's it doing? You guys keep talking like it's moving up right now. 324. No, we ain't moving up right now. Making lower highs, so you start breaking some of these, then we can start talking. Golly, came down this 4 hour. 4 hour looks so good now. Jeez. That $3 retest was it. And we're so close to these next levels here. Go to the weekly chart, you can see what I'm talking about. All-time high is 340. We're right there. Look at the sellers. It's insane. $378's all-time high. So I must be looking just at the all-time high on
That ticker DTIL, note social media circulations of an orphan drug designation, Delta Tango India Lima.
DTIL orphan drug designation. It's a low flow. Big buyer. SIPO coming back up. 14.
DTIL, Precision Biosciences, gets orphan drug designation for PB gene DMD to treat Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. That's Delta Tango India Lima. DTIL.
What did Chuck just call that? Degens muscular. For the people that waited until 100K to finally buy Bitcoin, that would be institutions, because retail ain't buying it up here. I tell you that much right now.
Shares of DTIL getting a little pop here and some volume on that news. DTIL.
As soon as I sell 1,000 shares, it goes back up. How does that happen? Unless they want my shares so they can push it higher. Every freaking time. It's not a conspiracy anymore. It's confirmed. See if I can do it again.
ANPA, Rich Sparkle Holdings, getting a pop here, $5.04. Alpha November Papa Alpha, ANPA.
Looking at the hourly on XRP, we could get another hourly push. Just candle over candle on the hourly. could break. Gave it all back. ABVE. Trying to curl. What's the biggest green flag for a V-shaped recovery? Green flag? There's ways to measure. I would say the best is probably the fear and greed indicator. When the fear indicator is like just pinned, that's usually your time to buy. Just the contrarian play. It's when everyone has sold. Like, it's the same thing when, for instance, it's the same thing on the greed indicator. Like in crypto, when you start seeing everybody post on social media, we're finally here. Here's the freaking alt season. We're to the moon. All these whatever. That's usually the top. For me personally, when I start posting in our own crypto chat, like my gains, I know that's the top, or a local top anyway. Like I did it recently, and I even said it. Let me see if I can find it here. It was a while ago, but it was XRP. There. See if I can find it. I want it in. I don't know how to use Discord. Oh, yeah, this is it right here. So on the 11th, I posted that I was up $4,600 unrealized on XRP. And I literally said, normally when I start posting gains, it usually means I should be selling because I'm euphoric. And then I put in, this meme. I'm not leaving. But that's the 11th, right, of July.
GRP and Groupon getting a pop here. Got from your pop.
Let's look at the 11th. I literally posted that right here at that peak, and then we pulled back. It was literally like 295 to whatever when I posted. 11:32 a.m. Let's see if I can even get it down in a minute. I posted at 11:32 a.m. Damn it. Right here. That's when I posted it. Look what I did after. So it's a contrarian play, I would say, is your best bet. ABVE. Watch this 380. I was hoping for a pullback, but it's just not giving it to us. 100K shares just poof. Good God. Nope.
PPG, Board of Directors approving a dividend increase. Papa Golf,
The cooler.
71 cents.
Nope. I caused the pullback that I've been looking for. That's good. See where we bounce. He's not commenting because she likes to paper hand everything. What? Did I miss something? I don't see what I missed. Do you do us a favor and commit to holding the rest of the year? No. No. How do you decide if when to take profits? Because like Jake said, 10 years is probably 25x or something. For crypto? I usually use a 4-hour chart or a daily. So when we're doing this stuff, when we're kind of going euphoric and just absolutely ripper, there's a few things.
Macro note coming from Politico. Several outside lawyers recently warned President Trump that new strategy to remove Fed Chair Powell over the central bank's $2.5 billion renovation project is, quote, on shaky legal ground. That coming from people familiar with the matter. Coming from Politico.
It's usually like a higher time frame. I play higher time frames when it comes to this stuff, but it's all just candle under candle, candle over candle. That's all it is. The daily holds more weight, obviously, and breaking levels. These are big ones. These yellow ones that I've had drawn, and now you've got all-time highs up, right above, or at least Coinbase all-time highs, and then all-time highs right above. You have that everybody's starting to look at. Couple that with some of the legislation that is being passed. I knew we were going to get this move, or a move. I didn't know it would be this big. So at this point, I just have to watch the charts. That's it. When the charts show me weakness, show me something that I don't like. I'm like watching Crown's Crypto Cave. He's the guy that I watch when it comes to crypto. What is he seeing in the overall market of crypto? Is there some kind of bearish divergence that might be forming? We are pretty extended here on the daily. We got the Stokes overbought. Last time it was overbought, we got a pullback. So we are at these extreme levels. This is about time for another pullback. Could I sell and buy lower? Maybe. I also, part of me fears is it's crypto though. So this could juice $1 still. So, I mean, you have that variability in it. My cost basis is 220, way down here. So I'm okay with holding through a pullback if that's what we get. But you can kind of look at extensions as well. There's ways to do that. Oops. Kind of look at your hourly. You can kind of go, all right, this was your Fibonacci extension here. Look at that. We came right up to the 618. 618, not even the 618. So you can get your levels that way. Not surprised to see it pullback right on that extension. Not surprised at all to see it come up to the 1618 and pull back.
SEGG Seg Media signs global partnership with Super League Corella, launching Sports.com Map's first live
it's
football
like
rights in
perfect.
Asia. That's San Diego Golf
So.
Golf, SEGG.
But right now, just like the 1 hour chart, this looks perfectly fine. Consolidation on the pullbacks down to the 9 and the 21. The structure of the moving averages looks fantastic. We're going 1 hour candle over candle right now. 4 hours even more clean. Last pullback came to the 9 EMA, bounced right off of it. 9 EMA is now way up here. The daily is just absolute juice monster. Squeeze indicators squeezing, great. 4 hour squeeze indicator squeezing. You know, last time that happened, we got this kind of a move. 12 hours been squeezing. What's the weekly? Weekly hasn't squeezed yet. If we see that, then it's on like Donkey Kong. So right now, everything tells me it's okay to hold, especially with my low cost basis. I did sell briefly the other day when it was rumored that Trump was going to fire Powell, but when it came out that was just a lie, I bought back in at the exact same price. I think it was 290. So technically my cost base is 290 right now, but it's not. What's the indicator on the bottom? That's the squeeze indicator. It's SQZ Pro. This kind of just gives you, think of it like this. It's like price compression and expansion. The bars are the momentum. The dots represent whether a squeeze is forming or not. So when you get like yellow, is how I use it. Yellow, it means, okay, squeeze is forming. It could mean you're going to get an expansion. So in this case, it went from like 250 to 2, so it expanded down with the momentum bars. Didn't really turn into a full-blown squeeze. Squeeze firing is when the dots turn green. And I guess you could say it actually squeezed up, which does play out. So it'll go from yellow to red to orange, cooling off. And then if it turns green, that means you have the squeeze firing. We did not, when we did get yellow here, kind of see those yellow, which led to red, orange, green squeeze. That's how you typically want it to look. The more yellow dots you get, all it is price compression. You don't need an indicator to show you that. I just like it. If you're on Thinkorswim, it mimics the Thinkorswim.
I take a Fastenal FAST. No, Josh Brown is out with a new long idea.
It mimics the SQZ or the TOS squeeze indicator or whatever it's called. But if you're on Trading View, it's SQZ Pro. So this is the RSI. This is the Stokes. Is there an update on this? Uh-oh. I hate this. Didn't do anything. ABVE. Flat top. $73 break. Apollo trying to curl. We'll see. SBAT. Not a fan of that pullback. It's got to get closer. Watch 70 break on this ABVE if it comes back up. It's the only way this survives here, this MACD crossover. Netflix earnings. I'm going to say pop, and I'm going to say that they're going to announce a split. $23 for freaking Netflix $1,300 calls? What on earth? Chicka Bow Wow, good morning. Never gets old. Lovely day. Yeah, Dude Birdkit said he sent me something. He goes, you mentioned it from your stream today, referring to yesterday. I was like, if you sent me a freaking bidet. But my guess is he sent me dude wipes because, you know, dude. That's my guess. You do not carry a portable shit blaster with you, Russ. You do not. BOYG, Big Pop. That daily level was something. God, that I 100% do. Oh my gosh. Toto portable bidet. I don't want to. I'm going to do this in incognito because I do not want to start getting advertisements for bidets. Toto portable bidet. You're freaking ridiculous. You literally got to hold it there and just ass blast yourself, huh? Squirt gun. That's funny. I'm gonna take a leak. Then we're gonna watch the You've Got Options. Kim Quasson interviewed Rick Santelli, so this should be good. Be right back.
Programming note, ticker FAST, Fastenal. Note, CBC now teasing upcoming Josh Brown long pick. Ticker Fastenal. Seen a bump in activity.
Ticker BMNR, Bitmine. Shares continuing lower here, down 7.3%. And ticker BTOG, Bit Origin, shares up 87% after some news. Secured $500 million in equity and debt financing, announced that earlier today. That's Bravo Tango Oscar Golf, BTOG. Coming up in about 10 minutes, Fed President Mary Daly is set to speak.
Ticker PayPal, ticker Square Block SQ. Note possible positive catalyst. Information is reporting fintech and crypto industries launch fight to block bank fees for customer data. And now on the wire for information.
All right. What the hell? Volatility?
Tit Twister Mr. Blister Deadly Twister on Daddy's Fister Sister was Fister by Mr. Magister on Testosterone Sister.
Unbelievable. 31 months. Let's get this Kim Quaison video going.
Welcome back to another episode of You Got Options from the SIBO floor. Brought to you by Kai Media and Top Traders Unplugged. Today we talk to no other than Rick Santelli at CNBC. He's the one usually asking the questions. Today,
action,
I get to ask the questions. We go back to 1979 when he started here in the pits of Chicago, cover his history, think about the future and where interest rates are going, unpack the Federal Reserve and how their role has changed over the years. You're not going to want to miss this one. Enjoy.
Yo, live it up, don't settle for less. You got options. Put your skills to the test. It's your call. Time to strike. Make your move. Grab the mic. You got options. Execute your trade. You bet your money just got made. Convex. Time to straight the fade. It's the nexus of the game.
Hello, and welcome back to another You Got Options. I'm here with the man. We always get Rick Santelli here interviewing other people. I get to hear the other side of the story today. I'm really excited to kind of hear that story.
Now you're making me nervous.
You're never nervous. You've done this a million times, Rick. I want to start out today by really getting a sense of how it all started for you. How did you get started in this business here in Chicago? And what are the underpinnings that kind of took you to today?
You know, I was always on my way to University of Illinois Law School. When I graduated in 1978-79, I just had a summer free, and I met a parent of one of my friends who was a pork belly trader. And the exchange floor at that time was much smaller, but it was very much a high density, very loud, chaotic situation. And the minute I saw all those trading jackets and all the people screaming and hollering at each other, it reminded me of Thanksgiving at my family, and I really loved it. So I couldn't get it out of my mind. So within a week, I decided against law school, and I took a job as a runner for $60 a week. And if you ever want to see or make your parents very depressed, go to 4 years of college, enroll into a great law school, and then tell them you want a job for $40 to $60 a week. Yeah, they were pretty disappointed.
What was the floor back in 1979?
You know, it's such a different place. First of all, the old CME had a TV room. I mean, it really was like a fraternity. It had a
That's
TV
so
room.
crazy.
And I remember because gold at the time really started to make a move in late 70s, early 80s. And the gold broker who had the biggest deck used to run out of the pit to watch reruns of Laverne and Shirley in the TV room. True story. You can't make this stuff up.
Laverne and Shirley. I love
And
it.
when things happen, like when Reagan got shot, or very historic moments, or the Pope, but you would see half the pit just run into that TV room. Those are things that, you know, it was more like a club.
Right.
And now this new floor really, in many ways, reminds me of that. So my hat's off to the SIBO.
Yeah, they kind of brought it back a little
They
bit old
really
school,
did.
right?
They
Yeah,
certainly did.
I agree. And you were here in the Board of Trade building, right?
Yes, well, I've been in a lot of buildings.
Yeah.
The CME has moved several times since I started trading in 79. And even the membership I had at the time was called an AAM membership. Basically, it was lumber, eggs, and potatoes. And they didn't have an egg contract, and they barely had a russet potato contract. So it meant I was trading 2x4s for the most part.
Amazing. How long did you
That's
trade
Ticker
2x4s?
FICO, no, Bill
Because
Pulse
then I
saying another
realized that
monopoly. FICO,
gold
another
was
monopoly
much,
that's
much
ripped off
more
Americans
fun.
for decades,
Yeah.
not
And
using
a lot
proper
more
efforts to
volatile. But
threaten
I do
regulators.
have one story about the
FICO.
first trade I ever made.
I'd love to hear
So
it.
I walk in the lumber pit, and there was only two guys in there. And I get my trading card out, and I got my pen out, and I was like shaking. And they both looked at me. And it's tradition in these pits to kind of give somebody a one-tick winner on their first trade. Okay. So the broker taps me on the shoulder, introduces himself to me, and he goes, okay, you're a buyer, and I'm going to sell you this contract, blah, blah, blah. And the market was a bit higher. And within 2 minutes, the market was limit up. And by the way, pork bellies and lumber in the late 70s, early 80s had more limit moves than any other futures
I'm sure,
contracts. So it was limit up. And he taps me on the shoulder, and I'm like thinking how great this is. Wow, this is an easy way to make a living, right? He goes, you should get out of that now. And okay, I was a little cocky, thinking to myself, like, well, I should get out of it. A couple minutes later, he goes, you got out of it yet? I said, I think I'm going to hold it a little while longer. He goes, it's up to you. He turns around, and he offers the market the limit down. Within 4 trades, it's limit down. And that was how I
your
learned
first
about
trade.
trading.
That's
You gotta learn how
unbelievable.
to manage risk. That's amazing. Yeah, lumber and gold, right? Those things kind of are getting interesting again after a long time.
Yeah, and believe me, there was a stretch in the 80s where gold was like literally dormant.
Yep.
Dormant. It became board trade. See, people in New York, COMEX especially, they really believe that they are the center of the universe for gold and silver. Sorry. Chicago was the center of the universe in gold, and then they kind of lost it because gold kind of lost its luster after it hit I think it was February 1980. It hit its all-time high in futures around 840, 850 bucks. And from that point, this was around January-ish, and this is one of the first weeks that the Iran-Iraq conflict occurred, okay? So everybody thought that was going to propel gold to $1,000. It had the exact opposite effect. It didn't do anything to gold. Gold drifted lower. The contract became board traded, and COMEX picked it up, and next time it got active, the rest is history.
That's wild. You know, gold, you probably know this, from 1968 to 1982, when interest rates went from bottom left to top right and peaked at 20%, was the best performing asset by far for that 15-year period. But it was also, most people don't know this, the most volatile. And you kind of highlighted there.
And it wasn't really that good of an inflation hedge, all things being equal.
Well, nothing was, right?
No, that's true.
Except for maybe lumber, actually. Lumber was, or lumber companies were a really great
There was, because of its tie to housing and whatnot. Absolutely.
Right. No, I think that's the problem with assets in general, right? When that interest rate, which is the discount rate, hits every asset. Gold and whatnot a little bit less. So in nominal terms, that starts to look amazing. But in reality,
I was trading
it's
T-bills, and the yields were, 16, 17% back then. Okay. And the CME actually had a CD contract back then. But, it didn't last long after we had our CD debacles. Yes.
When did you move over to interest rates? What was the year? How did that play out?
Okay, there used to be a firm that used to be a great firm. It was called Drexel Burnham Lambert. And anybody who was financial history interest would know that Michael Milken, of course, was part of Drexel and junk bonds and Beverly Hills, and the rest is kind of history.
Yep.
But Drexel was really quite good in the interest rate game before junk bonds became the moving force. And they had a huge presence in the bond room of the Chicago Board of Trade. I was at the CME, T-bills, Eurodollars, foreign exchange, lumber. And when I worked at Drexel, they put me on the Eurodollar
Let's go,
desk.
Googly.
And that's really kind of where I started to cut my teeth on interest
Oh my
rates,
God.
yield curves, volatility, options. And the guy who was running the bond desk on the other side of town had a lot of errors in 1 week. So they decided to transfer me over there. And so right around 1984, I became the manager of one of the biggest bond futures desks in the world. And the staff of 15 people, the minute I went to the desk, they all quit.
Oh, man.
They all quit. They said, like, what, you're bringing in this guy? What about any of us? In the middle of a busy day.
Oof.
But anyway, within a day or two, I had a new staff, and there I was. The interest rates, and back then, mortgages, Volcker, inflation. It was a world that people today would be shocked to understand that things still worked when you had interest rates high, or you had a Fed overnight rate that was virtually in double digits.
Right.
Things still work. You could actually get a mortgage of 14% and make it work.
Right. Talk to me a little bit about, dislocations that happened at that time, how things operated differently. Obviously, you're a bond guy, right?
Can you
You've been
imagine a
around, you've seen
14%
a lot of
interest rate?
cycles. Most people haven't seen
What that would do to our
lot of
market right now.
cycles.
So what are some of the things that used to happen back then,
US
maybe that aren't happening
FDA
anymore?
advisory panel
When did it
votes
start to
against
change in your
GSK's
mind?
blood cancer
And
drug,
talk to me a little bit about how the bond market has
rapid
changed in your
combination
view
with
and where we might be now.
bortezomib.
The computer changed
I'm
everything.
gonna take her fast now. Shows
first
our
of all,
seeing spike in activity,
I
new
bought
highs.
one of the
Josh
first
John
computers ever. It
mentions
was
new
called,
long on CNBC.
I think TSA. It was a Radio Shack
Talk shut out.
computer, a Tandy
go.
computer.
Yep.
And I bought it in late 79, early 80. And it was basically just a glorified calculator. And it went into this little compartment that had a little dot matrix printer. And that combination cost me $1,400.
Yeah, back then.
Back then.
Yeah.
That's real money for basically a calculator.
Right.
Okay. The exchange would let me bring it on the floor. The CME would not let computers go on the floor. In the very beginning,
Right.
they changed obviously quickly. But to me, that's what changed everything, because prior to that, everybody was doing everything by hand. There used to be charting books people bought every week, and then they'd get it and they'd add on to it. And then next week they get a new book. I mean, all that stuff now, everything's computerized. But the other thing that's really changed is how markets move, and the Federal Reserve and what the Fed does. nowadays, and I don't mean this is insulting, audience, but the Fed leads everybody by the nose.
Right.
When I was a trader, they did match sales, they did repos, and how did you know? You looked at your little green lit telerate screen, okay? Like an old-fashioned TV, okay? CRT tube, you know, cathode ray tube.
Yep.
And they didn't advertise. The Fed didn't tell you what they were doing. During Fed meetings, they didn't tell you what they were doing. They didn't have a statement. They didn't have anything.
Right.
You had to know what was going on. And only a certain select group of people were financially literate to know at 10:20 every day, watch to see what the Fed announcement was on their actions. The markets would go subject. Or when T-bill issuance came out, like all of this was very fresh.
Right.
And people had to really understand it because for the most part, the markets were making a transition from, grain futures, livestock futures, to financial futures. And this was in its infancy. Foreign exchange futures at the CME and Leo Malama didn't start till the mid-70s.
Right. That's fascinating. And the truth of the matter is, right, the Federal Reserve was created to kind of smooth the business cycle. That was kind of the idea. Is like, if we can stop crises from happening.
No. They were started as a nudger.
Right.
They were only supposed to be a nudger.
I agree.
And they've turned into Superman on steroids.
I was getting there. I completely, I agree with that. But the thing here is, forward guidance, as you mentioned, is everything now. The dot plot and guiding. And that's why, by the way, Trump's talking about putting in a shadow potential Fed president.
Well, in a way, he is a shadow Fed.
Right. He
just
is,
by
right?
him
by
saying he's
that
going to pick somebody dovish,
right.
He's altering the future.
Right. And it's actually interesting that you mentioned that. By mentioning that Bessent might be that guy, he's already giving Bessent
How many jobs is this guy going to have? How many paychecks is this guy going to get?
I know it's effectively kind of putting a shadow Fed president, because if that's the guy who's already talking, it kind of matters. But you're right. The forward guidance is so important, and they're leading everybody by the nose, really trying to map out and control the volatility in real time.
And why do you think they need to lead people by the nose? It's because the system has gotten so large, and in a way,
exactly
there's a certain
So ticker
fragility associated with
RGTI,
it.
Romeo Golf, Tango Indio, and
vulnerability
Microsoft.
that very few
Satya
people
Nadella
talk
is
about.
tweeting big
Now, leveraging banks
milestones
is
for
50
future
to 1.
quantum
So
computing.
you have to keep those
We are delivering the
plates
world's
turning,
first
and the only way you
operation
can
of
is
the
by
level 2 quantum
controlling
computer.
that'll
Shares
leverage. I
of
mean, you got 50 to 1
RGTI are seeing
leverage.
spike in
You
activity
better
on that.
you better have some pretty big tools, and everybody's better believe that you can control everything. Otherwise, things become very dangerous. And I think that's a big part of what we're seeing now, right? You mentioned before, I think when we were talking, that Alan Greenspan changed it all.
He did.
Talk to me a little bit about how you saw that transition. What you think about the change in the rates market, with Greenspan's introduction.
Alan Greenspan created a hypothecary situation in finance that in many ways did not exist. Okay. So if you look at all the past Fed chairmen, what you'll notice is that Volcker was the last of the kind of what I say, just a true Fed chairman who was all about the meat and potatoes of it. Okay. When Alan Greenspan came into power, certain things changed. First of all, he did underscore that productivity was the special sauce of the economy, the secret sauce. And that was a good thing. Okay. But he also brought up this notion of being able to create debt and for the Federal Reserve to start doing things and being a little bit more aggressive in how they control monetary policy. And he started creating this forward guidance. And I remember one of the first things that he did was he had like 3 categories. So after they'd have a Fed meeting, he'd say, we're comfortable here, we're symmetric, we're asymmetric. Like they had 3 choices, and they would tell you which one it was. And over time, the guidance got much more in depth. And what they ended up doing is creating a form of communication because their job description got torn up, and they really did become a behemoth.
Ticker IONQ also
central banks
in
around the
activity
world
at
right
high.
now,
IONQ,
really,
another,
in my opinion,
with
are
Microsoft.
largely responsible for all the debt in the world.
Things back up.
No doubt. I think that the big thing that in my mind Greenspan did was he lowered that natural rate of unemployment, right? And what that did is that allowed the Federal Reserve to ease at increasingly extreme levels, right? And you could argue that reality was reflexive. It was a function of them lowering interest rates, sent more money to the top, right? That's what interest rates do. If you lower interest rates, if you do QE, who gets the benefit of that? The very tip top of
if you're making test tube financial products,
Yeah.
low interest rates, that's the first ingredient you need.
Yeah, I agree. And the reality is that nobody borrows money in the bottom 50%. Nobody. Very little. And all the assets are owned by, like, I think the stat is the wealth owned by the top 0.1% in the United States is equivalent to the wealth that's owned by the bottom 80%. So guess what? You push
That
up
is
assets,
nuts.
who benefits, right? And so that's the reality, is that the Federal Reserve, by stimulating and stimulating again, they had the benefit of maximizing employment, maybe not wages, but employment, whilst keeping inflation in a very deflationary environment. And they just kept pushing against that. And that's great for GDP or creating new widgets and technologies. But is that good for the median person? No. And that's what we've created. We've created a system that's for corporations first and individuals second. I know you agree with this, and I preach to the choir.
I mean, they're called a central bank. Okay. They are a bank, and they're working for banks.
Exactly. That's important for everybody to understand. I think people think the Federal Reserve is working for the people.
And when you listen to the
it's
chairman and the Q&A, I mean, they really do go, listen, their heart's in the right place.
Oh, I agree
Their
with you.
heart's in the right place.
It's not a conspiracy.
Yeah, but here's
It's-
the problem.
Yeah.
When you have 435 guys, okay, in Congress, you have your senators and you have the president and vice president. How many of those do you think would like to have interest rates at zero and have unlimited spending power?
Yeah.
I think they would all raise their hand out there. Their
Exactly.
hands all went up.
Yeah.
And see, this is the problem. Okay. When you keep interest rates at zero for as long as they did, every zombie becomes alive.
Yep.
Okay. Companies that should have, sailed into the sunset stay alive.
Yep.
That's what I said.
When things start to slip again, or the cost of money starts to go up, all of a sudden, strange things start to happen. So when I see people now say, oh my God, look at what's going on with the dollar. It's having its worst start in 40 years. Yeah, that's kind of true, but it really isn't the story.
Yeah.
Okay, the story is pre-COVID, how often was the dollar index above 100? From 04 to pre-COVID, not very much. How often was the euro currency below 120 during that period? Not very often.
Yep.
So what changed? Okay, what changed is that the United States went into hock up to their eyeballs to overspend in COVID, the last hurrah of much overspending, and we're going to pay the price for that overspending. Just look at what's happening with housing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. If you step back and just look at it philosophically, if you try and smooth the business cycle, you remove crisis from a situation, and you do it with one tool, which is constantly sending money to the top, right? And stimulating productive capacity and globalization and all of these things. Guess what? You never get a crisis. You never clear the underbrush. And so you never get any change. You can't fix the problem. And yes, you go to malinvestment. You go to all
I
these
did not
things, you dig
take a
yourself
gummy.
deeper-
I'm
a deeper
watching
hole.
the show.
Meanwhile, guess what? A forest fire will happen.
It just
at
looks like
some
I'm not
point.
There's
because-
always exogenous
Yeah.
issues,
way I
whether
have
it's
it set up.
long-term capital, whether it's COVID.
If I look this way,
whether it's the credit crisis.
I'd
all
not be
these
looking
things
at the screen
will
that
always
has the
continue
show
to happen,
on.
especially as the
I'm looking
governments
at the
get a
screen
bigger
that has a show
appetite
on.
to control people's lives and tell them exactly how to do various things. The bigger the presence of a government in various entities, the more prone they are to shocks in the system. Just think about it. The government moves into housing. What happens to housing? Government moves into
programming note for OpenAI. OpenAI is
college and
hosting a
educational
live event
finance.
at 1 o'clock
How many
Eastern
trillions
time.
of dollars do we have out there?
The
We
title
enable young
ChatGPT
people to
agent
borrow
is
money
ready
they could
to
never pay back.
introduce
Can
itself.
you imagine being an 18-year-old?
Wait,
and going
what
to
did
the
you
bank?
just say?
Okay. Hey, I want to borrow 25, 30, 50 grand over the next 8 years. What's your
No, it's a
collateral?
link
Oh, I
to
don't have
event
any
posted by
collateral.
Baseball
How much you
Driver.
make in your
Oh,
job? Oh,
boy.
I don't have a job. Okay. But the government, well, they were just borrow as much
Agent
money
ready
as you
to
want, right?
introduce itself. Okay.
It's really sad.
It is sad. The question, though, is,
As
and this
Daly
is,
says, rates have
really
been
where left
restricted
and
for a
right kind of
significant number
meet
of
in terms
years.
of economic policy, right?
Says
This is not, in my
policy
mind, a
and economy is
political
in a good place.
situation. Is the entities driving
Says
it
two
is
rate
the
cuts
Federal
this
Reserve is a
year
part of government,
is,
but the
quote,
reality is it's
reasonable
banks, it's
outlook.
power. It's entities that would do this for their benefit regardless of the government being there
Well,
or not.
let's give the public an easy example.
Yeah.
Doesn't anybody find it a little odd that you have a treasury and a treasury sells securities to basically bring in money? Because for every dollar we're spending, we're probably borrowing 35 to 40 cents, right?
Yeah.
So the debt comes from the treasury. And all of a sudden, the treasury is issuing so much debt, it becomes a supply-demand situation, puts upward pressure on rates, okay? So then all of a sudden, this wonderful idea, the Fed says, Treasury prints the paper, and we're going to come, and we're going to buy the paper, and then we're going to store the paper. It becomes this kind of daisy chain of a closed
It's just
circle.
money
Also
printing
called
at
the
end of
circle
day. We
jerk.
can call it whatever you want. Yeah.
And I don't know,
Yeah.
the more you think about that, it just doesn't really quite seem right, does it?
No, I mean, it goes back to the beginning of, we can go to Greek and Roman times and the shaving of coins. It's the same thing at the end of the day. They'll never say that, and they'll never call it money printing.
No,
but that's
we
what it is.
invented a lot of these, but every other central bank in the world they were all quick study.
Right. But it's a story as
Wow.
old as time. It
Yes.
is the critical part. And again, whether it's a government getting involved or not,
All
it
right,
is
circle
kind of
over yesterday's high.
absolute power
Oh.
corrupting absolutely. And
Well, the Fed's
how we
balance
got-
sheet before the 06, 07, 08 crisis was about $750 billion.
Right.
So less than $1 trillion, let's say $750 billion.
Yeah.
And then on its high side, it ended up $9 trillion. Okay, now it's in the sixes, and that's it. It's not going to really go much lower. And in the last crisis, they got
Jeez.
it down to around $4 trillion. The point is that's kind of a fund for the economy that keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it really also isn't a good thing to have the central bank have that, to take those
As Daly
securities
says,
and
business
basically
is not
put them in a
selling out, so
corral.
businesses are
And so the
optimistic.
question is, and this is the big question affecting everybody, is how does it end? How do we get out? Right? Like, you've dug yourself this malinvestment hole. The leverage has increased to a dramatic level. The Fed has to be more involved. So where are we going?
That's
How
why they
does
have
this
press
resolve itself?
conferences, and that's why they have the Fed governors go out speaking tours, because they need to definitely control the conversation. There can be no surprises in this system.
Well, eventually there will be a surprise.
yeah.
And so
Oh,
the
yeah.
question is, if you were Fed chair, first of all, you'd probably just disband the Fed, but let's be realistic.
No,
Let's
I
be
don't think
realistic.
I'd disband
Yeah,
the Fed.
Let's be realistic. How would you respond to the situation? I respect the fact, and I agree that probably wouldn't gotten ourselves to this point to begin with.
Right.
But you're here today. How do you deal with this situation?
I personally wouldn't have the Fed governors go out on the road giving speeches. That'd be the first thing I'd cancel. And I understand that current Fed Chairman Powell and previous Fed chairmans, they thought it was a very good thing. But I think they thought it was a good thing for the obvious reasons. The Fed's grown, their power's grown. We need to, stay and communicate and share information. I understand that. But I also think there's a complicated message there because they all think a little bit differently. The other thing is, when it comes to the relationship between any political administration in power and the Fed, this one in particular seems to get a lot of attention because the president is very disparaging to the Fed chair. And all I can say about that is that if I was running the Fed, I would ignore it. Like the press just eats this stuff up with a spoon, but in the end, Powell's going to do what Powell wants. It really isn't a big story. I wouldn't call somebody names, but that's who I am. I don't think it matters. But I think the Fed right now needs to be really careful because the entire world is buried in debt. The entire world needs to pay for that by issuing securities, and issuing securities needs to find buyers, and those buyers are like chairs, and the music's playing, and not everybody's going to continue to get a seat. And this is a big deal because all you need is one or two auctions in any of these big economies, whether it's the UK, whether it's Japan, whether it's the Eurozone, and it's going to make a very big noise in the government global system.
Yeah, at the end of the day, nothing stops this train, right? Like you are kind of
Yeah,
heading
the
off the
Fed
cliff, and
GDP
what that
growth in
means,
Q2 was
I think,
4%.
is
Watch
that
the
we
1
need
minute
some
here,
type.
huh?
We're going to end up having some debt jubilee, some type of monetization.
Well, people out
the
there,
debt.
when you have
It's
a
the
credit
only way
card,
out.
you get your
1 minute.
monthly bill, right?
Right.
Okay, so you have
So-
25 grand in debt, you have a minimum payment, whatever. Okay, well, the United States has a minimum payment. And that minimum payment
I know
right
it's
now
like a
is about $1
DMYY,
trillion
something like
a year to
Yankee-
service the debt.
Yankee
$1
and,
trillion
RTTY,
a year.
Yes, speculation is circulating on that name DMYY, RTTY of a partnership.
I don't care about that.
Right. So it's got to be monetized. And the truth of the matter is you can do that over the course of 2 decades or something, or you can get it out of the way now and reset.
That 1 minute was perfect.
So the question is, which one will they do?
But see, that's a joke. Right now, and I hate to get involved in politics, but right now, every country is steeped in politics, and it permeates everywhere. So we have large executives at very large firms, at large banks, large trading entities, and you've seen them all. They've been on TV the last 3 or 4 months. What are they talking about? Oh my God, the debt. Oh my God, the debt. And I'm glad, because I've been going, oh my God, the debt for 15 years.
Right.
All of a sudden, they just woke up and smelled the debt because it's political. They don't like this administration. The point is, whether you like them or not, we're not going to cure our debt by one budget, by this budget, okay? And it's silly to think we are. So if this current budget is going to raise the debt, and this is static, it's not a dynamic scoring process, but let's say somewhere from $2 to $3 trillion. Yes, that's horrible. But what's the actual number? If we did nothing in 10 years, they say the debt's going to be $55 trillion, no matter what this particular budget does. And my point is that we need to start thinking about a regimented amount of steps to lower the debt, but they got to be baby steps. I don't think the economy can take something any bigger, and need to realize we now spend 20 to 25% more today than we did the year before COVID.
It's all great.
That's the problem.
It's all great.
Yes,
The problem
sir.
is
Preaching, brother.
is not popular.
It doesn't
It
sell.
doesn't sell.
We tried
And-
looking
and
at
we
it in
can talk
Europe
about-
after the credit crisis.
And it doesn't honestly work either, because if you don't fix the growth problem, right, you just get slower and slower growth and a slower implosion.
And this is how the Fed ended up with a balance sheet
Right.
this size.
So, we
with
never
this
should've gotten there in
exact
the first
logic.
place, yeah.
Oh, we can't do that.
Yeah.
It'll
No.
hurt growth.
I hear you. But it is, you're kind of stuck at this point, and that's the big part that I think we're getting to. I've talked about this before on here, but I think
That's
the
a crack
reality
of
is for this
244
type
didn't
of
do anything.
environment, we're looking back at kind of where you started your career, the 70s,
Inflation.
right? You know, and you and I've talked about the stagflationary thing well before that word was on everybody's lips. But the reality is, if we are in a stagflationary environment, all the things that have worked for the last 40 years, as Greenspan, kicked down that natural rate of unemployment and started stimulating at record levels, and then everybody after him as well.
Almost got a cut.
The things that worked
Kinda
during that
need
period have gone too far, right? And the things that are going to work, as you know, from the 70s, are much more likely to work. And that means, stocks, bonds, right? All assets, real estate, right? Private equity, private credit. Guess what? They're all leveraged to a point where are people going to hide?
Yeah,
And-
unsustainable.
See if we get a
Something that
1 minute
toss around like a cheap coin.
Absolutely. So the question is, what do you do? What do you do? How do you invest in this period?
Well, the investing is one thing, but the problem is that no politician, as you pointed out, is going to run on austerity. The general public at large never likes to tighten their belt much. And what's going to happen is there's going to have to be a financial heart attack somewhere in the system for anybody to pay any attention. And actually, it's a lot like that. I mean, we know, how many people we know that aren't in good shape? Maybe they're overweight, they have a horrible diet, and they know they're candidates for problematic health issues,
Right.
but they never do anything
Until
the bad thing happens.
But this is
right.
why crisis is good.
Right,
I
but
think we need a crisis in a sense. Need a wake up call.
I think we have to get to housing. We need to get to housing. Because
yeah.
I think everybody that's going to be watching this has a vested interest in housing. And this administration thinks the answer to housing is what? You know as well as I do.
Well, yeah, lower interest rates.
Right, lower interest rates, okay? So they are not very happy with Jay Powell because he's not lowering interest rates. But, Chem, you and I are market guys, okay? What they need to understand is the Fed can put rates at zero, or he can lower 250 basis points like the president wants. But that doesn't mean the 10-year note yield's going down at all. As a matter of fact, what did the 10-year note yield do when the Fed cut 50 basis points?
Juiced.
Yeah,
The yields
went higher.
went up.
Exactly. And there's a swap market, right? That's much bigger than the stock and bond market combined.
What is
And
this
that's the thing
spread
that
all of a
people
sudden?
Miss, right?
Come
They
on.
can do all the issuance they want, move it to the short end of the curve. That is not going to solve the problem, right? The swap market will become unbalanced and create all kinds of other
So
problems.
then The Fed will come in and try to buy those securities that might have a life of their own in the market, and then their balance sheet gets big, and that creates a whole. So in other
looking like
words,
shit here.
it's like a water balloon.
Correct.
Okay, and the water balloon's getting filled with much more water, and that's not a good thing. And as you squeeze it to try to manipulate it or get the situation in your favor, it pops out somewhere else.
That's exactly right. The reality is you can't get rid of risk. You can only transform it to other parts. And if you keep pushing it to the
transfer
tail,
it.
Yeah, transfer it. If you keep pushing it to the tail, guess what? Eventually that tail becomes much bigger and a much bigger problem. I couldn't agree more. And, that's where we are right now, right? This is the conversation that we're having, right? What are we going to do about
29.
the 10-year yield? And they're having a real hard time
Housing's
trying
going
to
to
figure it out.
have to go through, in my opinion, another several years before you separate a 2.5% to 4% mortgage where that person or that group of people don't want to sell because
Went
they
big on
can't
that, didn't
replicate
go.
that rate.
This is
But
kind of
there's going
bearish.
to be reasons over time where the people get transferred, they age out of their house. There's going to be reasons to loosen that market up.
Oh, I agree.
But
And politically, there's no other
I don't think you're going to see mortgages much less than 6% for a very, very, let me underscore, very long time.
I completely agree with
If
that.
ever, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
but to your point, you have a political group, which are millennials on down, which are rising to political dominance as baby boomers pass on, that are starting households
Look
at a
at that
much
hair
older age
curl
than
right
ever
there.
before because they can't afford it because they've been living in
Well,
mom and dad's
but
basement.
see, that's easy. We fixed that. Just look at New York. They have a candidate. No, but I mean, come on.
Oh, I'm not talking about.
No, he's going to.
Well,
This
whether it's left
candidate
or right.
is
Listen,
no. But
it's
the point
populism.
is what this creates.
Yeah,
is
I agree.
we have generations that can't afford to do what other generations did. So their alternative is to try to find easy answers. And there's going to be a large group of political inspired candidates and personnel that are going to try to feed them.
Well, it's
that.
already happening, right? I mean, I want to be clear. My view, and we don't have to get politics as whether it's Biden or Trump or whatever. These are the political wins that are pushing all of that, right?
Yeah, but it's bigger than that.
Yeah.
And I know you don't want to get involved in politics.
No,
but
no, it's
listen, this country built its future on capitalism.
Absolutely.
Capitalism.
We agree
okay?
on that. We're
and
sitting
if
in a
we
bastion of
think,
capitalism.
if we
so.
think that you and I shouldn't talk because the needle's going socialist, this is a big topic. It's a big topic because, see, we don't teach kids history in school anymore. And I would defy all the people that want to vote for those easy solutions to look towards history and find one example that actually worked.
Yeah.
Find me one.
The problem is the pendulum swings too far, and this happens again and again.
Oh,
It swings both
absolutely.
ways.
And I feel bad for you. I have
yeah.
3
Yeah.
daughters. I get it.
It's true.
hard.
It's true on both sides.
Yes.
The reality is the pendulum swings too far. Federal Reserve, which is, by the way, a capitalist organization, which is helping free market economics by pumping oxygen in the system.
Although how capitalistic to buy from the Treasury?
I hear you. The
Doesn't
whole
sound very
system is,
capitalistic to
but
me.
but the point is, this pendulum is
I
swung too
love
far,
Rick.
and that
I freaking
inequality,
love Rick.
which has been completely absorbed by that generation,
Can I
not the
link this?
boomers,
Yeah.
but everybody on down has really been labor throughout that period, is really struggling, and so that is the political win that's driving everything right now.
Right. And it's the answer we need to debate because how many people out there think, hey, President's right, Powell needs lower rates to help me. Powell needs lower rates to help me. I get the logic. But, okay, what do you think an average credit card rate is now if you have a balance 20 grand and you're making whatever? Probably in the 20s, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's a quarter point or 2 quarter point eases going to do if you're paying 22 or 23% on your credit card, or you can't buy a car that without paying 7.5 or 8%. Yeah. See, and this is the point. We could talk about the Fed easing, but the amount that they're going to ease, the incremental amount they're going to ease, really isn't going to make huge
XRP,
difference
high
to
day?
the large
Wait,
group
what?
that needs the most help.
Yeah, and that's going to lead to not just problems with the 10-year, but
Well,
credit
it leads
problems.
to
Let's
crazy
go, XRP.
candidates
I mean, you
running
talked about
for office.
You talk about
Keep
credit
juicing,
debt,
baby. Keep
and the
juicing.
crazy thing is, given all the stimulus that we've seen from the Federal Reserve, we've seen compression of credit rates, right? Like the reality is that with the private credit onslaught and the search for yield, credit itself is getting compressed, right? So there's all kinds of ways, people need to be mindful
That's
of
what
the
we're talking about,
convexity that they
Bang,
need
is
to hedge out.
you kept
these
breaking new
potential risks,
highs
both
and
for
not
the
doing
10-year
anything
and
with it.
long-term
It's
bonds
very
we
kind of a
talked about,
bearish.
but
Now we get
also
the
for credit.
5-minute
That's
cock.
very much related. the SIBO actually has a
Doesn't mean
product called
the entire move is over,
Credit
but definitely
Futures,
means we're going
which,
into a pullback,
which
which
has
we're getting
options
now.
on it, everything else. The volume's going through the
The
roof.
cost of credit is going to be one of the most important financial threads moving forward.
Yep.
It's all about the cost of credit, the cost of capital. This is going to make a huge difference. And the more products you have that address that, the more you can transfer risk or try to control some of those costs. That's a good thing. These exchanges have really done wonderful things when it comes to the hedging. Now, sure, there's speculation, but without the speculators, wouldn't be enough liquidity for people to hedge.
Yeah. I think these iCredit, iBox credit futures in particular are really interesting. They're a way to actually, offset your exposure to some of these things with capital efficiency. And I think that's the other big thing that's happening. In the 1970s, we didn't have all of these derivatives. We didn't have, at least not liquid, right? Easy to use. Now you can make big convex bets. You can hedge all this exposure with a really concentrated bet without outlaying a ton of money. And that's a huge advantage that people have, institutions have, relative to the 1970s. Just think about 08 recently, right? Even relative to then, we have so much more product,
Yes.
right?
Oh, yes.
But if you
I
have
wish
some of
this
these
interview was
products in
longer.
08, right, they can create systemic issues if you're on the other side of it. But if you're on the right side of those things, they can completely pay out hundreds of X relative to your portfolio. And really
Well,
save.
that's why exchanges versus over the counter. I mean,
Right.
if you really want to study where things kind of ran off the rails during the credit crisis, these bilateral
over the
clearing
counter.
arrangements,
That's exactly
when
right.
it's
Trump in the
you
list.
against
Great
me.
point.
But when you have an exchange,
Well,
you have all
the
that
latest is it
clearing,
doesn't
it's such a-
exist.
It makes such a
And it
huge
was a
difference.
fabrication.
No, everything on exchange, right, is not.
Of the last
you have
one.
no. Your counterparty is the U.S. government essentially,
Exactly.
and that makes for a
that's
totally
where we're
different
at.
situation. Rick, awesome having you here. It's going to be a fascinating 5-10 years ahead of us.
Real quickly,
Yeah.
though, let's tell the audience what we think generally. Equities up or down, interest rates up or down, yield curve flatter.
All right. The predictions. This is what we're here for. Look at him. Look at his face. He's ready to go. He doesn't know what the hell. Woo! Someone turned on the vibrator. Damn.
Or
MCB shares halted on news.
What's halted?
That's Metropolitan Bank Holding, ticker MCB.
Oh,
More
absolutely.
steep. Real
I know what
quick.
I think. I want to hear from you first.
Okay.
I don't want to bias you.
Anybody under age 50. Okay. And not saying that if you're over 50, that's doesn't apply.
That's definitely me for all of you assholes. Definitely me. Okay? You little birthday bitches.
But if you're a younger person out there and you want to retire someday, equities. You got to find a position in equities. You have to start contributing when you're young and don't look at it and let it build, because there's always going to be a big crash. There's always going to be a big rally. But from generation to generation, you need to save, and equity markets have an inflation adjustment process built into them. In terms of interest rates, the market's going to win. Long-term rates are going to remain stubbornly high no matter what. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, 100%. If you look at 125 years of history, like 125 years, are you kidding me? You have to, because the last 40 years have been interest rates from top left to bottom right. 20% 10-year yield in 1982 to 0 in 2021, 0.3, right? You cannot take that 40 years as representative of what happens in markets.
No.
If you take a broader lens and you really look at what's happening, 60-40 stocks and bonds, which, by the way, didn't exist till the mid to late 80s because it didn't work. The whole period is a 0.45 sharp. It's a very poor risk return. It's from 68 to 82 alone, that 14-year period where interest rates went the other way, equities lost 2/3 of their value in real
Holy
terms. Never mind
jeez.
bonds. I mean, we know what the long bond went from 4% to 20%. How do you think that worked out? So this is not the time, in my opinion, to be going long equities, long bonds. You need to be deleveraging, and you need to be finding other forms of income. And there are ways. It's just not the traditional 60-40.
No, I agree with that.
And you need to be using products like this, or finding people who can help you use products like this to actually navigate what is a much more complicated system. Everybody has been taught, which I think is completely absurd, that invest
He's gonna hate that this freaking curly curl thing was here this whole time. It's driving me
is
nuts.
easy. You just go buy stuff and you wait, and over time, everything goes up and you make lots of money. Guess
Vega, we
what?
were
If you
talking
need a
about how it
surgeon,
looked bad.
You go to a doctor. If you need you have a court issue, you go
All
to
right.
a lawyer.
Looking
If
for a
you
bounce
need
around
to invest,
233.
right? You need to go to people who can help or educate yourself in a way that you can manage the products that things like the SIBO provide. And the SIBO provides tons of education. All kinds of other entities provide.
What year
wonderful
did the Dow go
education.
above 1,000? Do you know?
Oh, the Dow. You'd have to tell me. Yeah.
Well, I know in 79, 1980, there was a guy named Joe Granville who said the Dow can't go above 1,000. He was correct. It was a little past. My point here is that under 1,000 in 1979, 42,000 now. I agree. You need to be cautious, but trust me, people, you want to own stocks. I don't care what people say.
He just said, I don't care what Kem just said.
I don't care what financial debacles are out there. Come year in, year out, you're a young person. Gotta have stocks.
All right. Well, that's what makes the market.
That's right.
Thanks for joining me today.
Thanks, Jim.
That's Tango Zulu Uniform Papa.
I was doing some thought experiments last night with GPT. I was like, what if I bought like $100 of the SPY every day? I know I did $25 of the SPY, which didn't exist for all that long, but let's just do it a thought experiment. Let's just do the Dow. All right. Let's just do the Dow. If I bought $25 of the Dow for 40 years, starting, like, pick a year, not any time recent, like 70s, 80s, 90s, somewhere in there. Just pick a year. Somebody. First one. 1990, 1989, 81. All right, let's do 85. Let's do the average of those. All right. If I bought, and for $25 back then was probably a lot. So let's just do 25 for shits. That's probably a lot. Minimum wage was what, like $3? Let's just do $10. If I bought $10 of the Dow Jones every day from 1985 till today, how much would I have contributed, and what would my account balance be?
As Daily says, financial conditions
$10.
are slightly restrictive to growth.
All right.
Says in bond market, I see volatility
$10
rather than a significant change in how investors are pricing things. Says business people have cautious optimism that's reflected in the stock market.
How many years is that? 40 years? 40? Yeah, 40 years.
Let's break it down step by step. Half shot assumptions. Start date, Jan 1st, 1985. End date, July 17th, 2025. Amount invested daily, $10. Investment vehicle. We'll assume you're investing in a Dow Jones ETF, like DIA, which tracks the price-weighted Dow Jones.
Google, you're just throwing bits at me.
Includes dividends reinvested. Market days only. Assume you invest only on trading days, which average about 252
Just
days
love it.
per year. Step 1. Total contribution. Years. By 40.5 years. Trading days. 252 times 40.5 equals all 10,206 trading days. Total invested. 10,206 days, $10, 102,060. Step 2.
$102,000.
Using historical data from 1985 to 2025, the average annualized return of the Dow Jones, including dividends, is roughly 10.9%. If you dollar cost average $10 daily into untracking the DJIA with reinvested dividends, according to a compounding DCA calculator, final balance, $1.4 million. This figure assumes consistent compounding and reinvestment in something like DIA, which closely mirrors DJIA total return. Summary, metric value. Total invested, $102,600. Estimated account value, solstes at approximately CAGR para 10.9%, ROI, 920 plus percents per students. Let me know if you want the same analysis for SPY, QQQ, or with weekends included.
All right, let's do the QQQ. When did I don't even know when that happened. All right, do the QQQ now. This is tech now, right? Basically tech. So you put in $100,000 and you made $1.4 million. Geez, double it if you did $20. $20 a day for just the trading day. So Monday through Friday minus holidays. $20 for 40 years. You would have $2.8 million right now. All right, let's listen to it now. This is the Qs.
Let's run the same numbers for QQ, the ETF that tracks the NASDAQ 100. Assumptions for start date.
Feds
March
Daily
10th,
says lots of pent up
1999.
demand for homes.
Shut
People
up,
coming
Chuck.
off sidelines, but don't want to.
Let's run the same numbers for QQ, the ETF that tracks the NASDAQ 100. Assumptions for start date. March 10th, 1999. QQQ inception date. End date. July 17th, 2025. Amount invested daily, $10 on trading days. Average trading days year, 252. Total years, 26.35. Estimated total trading days, 26.35, 252, 6,632 days. Step 1, total contributed, 6,632 text, $10, 66,003 dollars.
So 25 years
Step
would be
2, estimated growth. The average annualized
66,000.
QQQ since inception is approximately 13.8%.
13%
dividends.
of the tech.
Using that figure for consistent dollar cost averaging, based on compound growth plus DCA calculators, final balance $900. $1,000.
What?
Summary for QQQ, metric value.
900,000.
Total invested $66,003. Estimated account value, Josh 950. Approximate CAGR, DAW 13.8%. ROI 300%. Want to see
1,330%. I don't know why she's reading this wrong.
instead, or compared to
All right.
SPY?
Learn how to talk, bitch. So for 25 years of the QQQ, or 26.35 years, $10 a day for 6,632 days. That's 26 years, right? With a ROI or average return yearly of 13.8% during that time. Your total invested would have been 66,320, and your return would have been 950,000. Do you adjust the return for inflation? No, that's just your return on your money. Tell you what, if you just do the total investment, I mean, it's pretty good return. No, it's not lower than Dow. The Dow was 40 years. This, for some reason, she only did, well, the Q's only been around for, that's why she did it. She could have said 13% over 40 years, but she didn't. She did the 35 or 25, sorry. So this was Q's for 26 years. So, any of you have kids? Go ahead and just start an account with them. Freaking $20 a day, automatic draft from your bank account. $20 a day into the stock market. By the time they're 40, they're gonna be well off. You're basically dollar cost averaging for freaking 40 years. In which ETF? I mean, you could do VOO. I'd be doing the S&P 500 or some ETF that mimics it. Do it for yourself too. Jeez. I mean, there's not financial advice, of course. XRP juicing. What's it doing here? About to break highs. What if you have 4 kids? That's $100 a day. You do $25. Why not do leverage spy? Guess you could. When do you tell your kids about that? They just become slackers. That's your problem. S&P, you could do Nasdaq too. They're all intertwined. I think the S&P 500 is what, a 10.9% return rate. Nasdaq's 13 something. So if you want tech heavy, you're basically, if you go S&P 500, you're probably not as tech heavy. I don't know. $1985 median household income was $23. Yeah, I know, right? That's why I was doing $10. Just a crazy thought experiment. And you know inflation is going to be forever. So, whoa, Tesla, what's up? Something on with Tesla here.
It's headline: U.S. to impose 93% tariff on battery material from China. Tesla is selling off.
Ooh. Okay, that's kind of big. Battery material from China. 90%? XRP breaking 330. Knowing Tesla, it's going to bounce to 320. Knowing Tesla, it's going to be like, nah, we don't care. U.S. has to impose 93.5% tariff on battery material from China.
Ticker WWR is seeing a spike in activity, new highs. Whiskey Romeo on that news.
Yes. What did I say? What did I say? Damn near got it. Where does Tesla get its battery material? I don't even know. Let's ask ChatGPT. Where does Tesla get its battery material? From China. CATL. Just getting ass blasted here. This is why I don't trade Tesla. Makes 0 cents most of the time. Oh. The news is the U.S. set to impose 93.5% tariff on battery material from China.
Spike in activity on that new highs. Alpha Bravo, Alpha Tango.
ABAP for a low flow battery play. I don't know him. Camp rate 319. What are we doing here? There we go. Platform, don't freaking...
Ticker PLL. Shares are seeing an increase of activity at the highs.
That's the low floater that I want. Piedmont Lithium, that's
It's a possible
US.
that domestic producers are seeing increased activity
Yeah,
at the highs. PLL.
That's US based. PLL. Locking in some because I was down so freaking much on it. Oh, that was a terrible fill. 1 minute cock now. MP starting to juice off of that news.
That rare earth stocks also seeing increased activity. MP Michael Papa. Ticker USAR also seeing increased activity.
Yesterday's high, 61.13. That's the level to watch on MP. Broke it.
That's a new highs from continued activity. PLL Papa Lima Lima.
Peas juice and watch USAR for. Why is my platform freaking out here? My internet just got really slow. Damn.
Ticker EOSE Echo Oscar Sandy Echo. Another stock seeing heavy activity.
So they're like rotating around here. MP 6287 high from yesterday. Oh, for crying out loud.
Oh baby, oh honey, boy you looking funky shit, dog. That hair is whack.
What?
That Lord's far quiet looking ass with cheeks needing to be clapped. I got $100 on Grand hitting her fifth line of crack.
The hell? I don't even know anymore. Hopefully this isn't short-lived. I want to see continuation out of that. That's a pretty big deal. Tesla's already bouncing. This is why I hate Tesla, man. This is why I hate Tesla. Son of a bitch. Yertle! I have 60 of these? What? I didn't mean to have 60 of them. Give us a 1 minute cock. MP, come on. All right, I missed the 1 minute cock. I literally looked away for half a second. Son of a bitch. Why doesn't Apple fall in that news? Are there batteries elsewhere? Oh, we're talking. I think it's car battery. Well, I don't know. Battery material. I don't know what all that entails, honestly. Why is XRP mooning? Crypto in general, it's not just XRP. High day 67.
Let the continued heavier activity, USAR, domestic rare earth producers.
Whoa, that thing shot up 40 cents.
New highs, USAR.
PLL almost at high day. Watch that break. So far on Tesla, which is kind of what I'm watching here, that 90 MA is being respected. It's spiking through it and all over the place, but it's being respected as resistance so far. As long as that keeps up, everything should stay juicy. PLL broke high day. MP looking a little toppy here. I need one more pullback, fortunately. Oh, another push and another drop. Into a cuck. So that's a cock. That's actually pretty bad. For a pullback. It's a 5-minute cock, though. So there's that. Tesla pushing lower. Exit that one. Stick with these. Tesla low a day. This is 17. Or should fill. DPRO broke. Oh, and now MP wants to go, of course. Wild trading on this thing. Damn.
Lord Tuckwad back at it again? You're raking in the cash
Son
like
of a
Grand
bitch.
Grand rakes in honeys. I'd paint you like a French girl, but Grok's got that handled.
Tesla, 1 minute cock, nothing here. Next 1 minute cock, I'll look the short. 3. Yep, 5 minute cut, can't do shit. Okay. See, that's what I was wondering about, dude, is the battery tariff. What was it at previously? So 82 went to 90, what? 3, so it's only 10% more. Not a huge change, really. 5 minute cock. Oh my gosh, Ertl.
Did you know SJ has an OnlyFeet page? It's true. And you can use code Piggly Wigglies at checkout
Oh
for a free
my
big
gosh.
toe pick. I'm a platinum member.
Macro notes on Trump health. White House says Trump has been diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency.
What is that? In venous insufficiency? In venous? In Chronic venous insufficiency. What is that? Leg swelling? Venous insufficiency is a condition where veins have trouble sending blood from the leg back to the heart, often due to damaged valves. This can lead to blood pooling in the legs, causing various symptoms and complications. Ankles are huge. Small hands, big ankles. Watch this DPRO, boys. Thank you guys for all the new follows. Appreciate that. $77 is a big level. NPRD pulling back. Give us the juice. Come on, one pullback here. Trump's live? Huh?
And they concluded what they found.
Carolyn Levitt. I care about. She ain't gonna break the new. Oh, they're asking her about Epstein? No, that could be fun.
Like it's the biggest story that the American people care about. The president has been working so hard this week on Tuesday.
They do. That is the biggest thing the American people do care about.
$90 billion in investments for the Commonwealth, for the people of that state. After that, he came back to the Oval Office at 8 p.m. He went in there to whip votes to get the Genius Act signed into law. And because of his efforts, that bill is now going to be signed.
This guy just gets trunks for free for being old. Maybe they make a penis pump, but for legs.
Oh my gosh.
The president is in the East Room of the White House mourning with parents who have lost their children because of fentanyl, signing a bipartisan piece of legislation. And not a single cable network in this country took that event live and covered that event like they should. Those are the issues the president cares about. What could be more important to the American people than helping families who have lost their children? Those are the issues this president is going to remain focused on.
I understand he wants to move on from this story, but you do have some prominent figures, including the Senate Majority Leader, the House Speaker, voicing support for the files to come out. Representative Massey collecting signatures that would force a discharge petition for a vote on the floor for this. It doesn't seem to be going away. What is stopping the administration
Freaking
any sensitive information,
hentai shit.
putting out what is appropriate so that the American people can decide and then let this story die?
Well, in terms of redactions or grand jury seals, those are questions for the Department of Justice. Those are also questions for the judges who have that information under a seal. And that would have to be requested, and a judge would have to approve it. That's out of the president's control. He has said, in agreement with some of the leaders on Capitol Hill, that if the Attorney General and the Department of Justice come across any other credible evidence, they should provide that to the American people. The president has said that, and he agrees with them on that.
Why did he fire Maureen Comey?
The Department of Justice did, and I would defer you to them. Dasha.
Has the White House been directly in touch with some of the MAGA influencers that are still not satisfied with the administration's handling? And has the message to them been similar to what the president has said, which is sort of either let this go or we don't need your support?
Well, look, the president and this team are always in contact with the president's supporters, with voices of many kinds on both sides of the aisle. I think that's part of the reason this president is a great president.
Oh, for
because
crying
he
out
likes to
loud.
listen
Nay,
and
nay.
hear other people's perspectives.
The hentai king over here.
He has led this country, not just over the past 6 months to historic success, but also through his first 4 years as president. And as the leader and the creator of the MAGA movement, he has led through
XRP
these perilous
Juice
times for
Master
our country
3000.
based on instinct and in the best interest of the country. And as I always say, the American people should trust in President Trump. John,
Fed chair?
go ahead, John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. The president on Monday announced that if there's not compliance with Russia within 50 days, there would be increased tariffs. Can you explain how that works, first of all? What happens if Russia doesn't end its war with Ukraine?
All right, here we go.
Well, in 50
Hi, Dick.
days,
Come on,
the
baby.
president clearly
Give
laid
us the
out that
juice.
there's not a ceasefire agreement or a peace deal within that time frame if Russia refuses
I hope
to
something. I
legitimately
hope when you order your
agree
fast
to a
food from
ceasefire,
DoorDash
then they
today
will
that it comes
face
back
very
cold.
steep tariffs,
All
and
right,
they will also
Nene?
face secondary sanctions. So countries that are purchasing oil from Russia,
I literally closed my
will
eyes
be-
and my position
will be,
went down.
sanctioned as well, and of course that will do deep damage to Russia's economy. And I would just add that the president wants this war to end.
Literally
through
did cock
diplomatic
and cuck
solution. He's
as
been
I closed
pushing
my eyes.
for
That's
it.
like a Rumble
This
argument.
administration has
CEO is
spent
tweeting
many
Rumble is
hours,
in the process
and
of
a
putting
lot of
together
time trying
a
to
super
solve
elite
this war very
MLAI
far
team.
away, but the
There's a
president
Rumble
wants to
Arsene
stop
heavy
the
activity.
killing.
MLAI
He wants to
team?
save lives.
As far as
Reagan,
the first part
go
of
ahead.
What you were saying, Caroline,
Reagan,
first
go
part,
ahead.
it's just about,
Okay.
if I may, just
I'm
about
getting
the
dicked on all
tariffs,
these.
the first part.
Ah, the move started here.
But there was only $3 billion worth of trade between the U.S. and Russia in 2024. It's expected to be far less this particular year. On April the 2nd, both you and the Treasury Secretary said it's not necessary to apply any tariffs on Russia. You said that because of the lack of trade, it precludes, that was the word you used, any need for tariffs. Why do you think that that would make them cave and come to some sort of peace agreement as it relates to Ukraine?
$3 billion is still a lot of money, John, and it's not just tariffs, it's the secondary sanctions as well that will be implemented in 50 days. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for
Sure.
you. First on Congress.
It didn't. I don't know. 330 is not the level. All-time highs. All-time highs is the robe.
Republicans signed on to what she's calling the Dignity Act. I'm curious what the White House's position is on the legislation and if the president would veto this.
We're at 332 and
From
juicing.
my understanding, the White House nor the president has actually read through this legislation. We've been focused on, of course, the One Big Beautiful Bill, which passed, which is another historic accomplishment of this president in record time. The Genius Act this week, the rescission
Beauty,
package. that's
gifting
been
it
focus
out.
of the
Let's
White
go.
House, but, the president has made it very clear he will not support amnesty. for
Throwing that on my
illegal
face,
aliens
Yertle?
anyway.
I want to
Appreciate
give you a chance
that.
to respond to the CEO of NPR. She's claiming that the cuts to their network will, quote, be a real risk
Beastie
to the
Brew.
safety of the country.
What did I just call you?
Murkowski has argued that public broadcasting stations save lives. Could you respond to these concerns?
The NPR CEO said cutting NPR will be a risk to public safety. I am not sure how NPR helps the public safety of our country, but I do know that NPR, unfortunately, has become really just a propaganda voice for the left. Just a few examples for you. In 2020, NPR refused to cover the Hunter Biden laptop scandal and the run-up to
Keep his
the
word.
election.
It's all-time
They said
highs, Jake.
their
That's what I
assertions
said.
don't amount to much.
We're nowhere near
Writing
that.
They did not want
And
to
I'm missing
waste the
DPRO.
listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions. That does not sound like an unbiased opinion. That sounds like
that Phil was ass!
And this is a taxpayer-funded organization. In 2018, that same CEO that you're talking about called the president in the Oval Office, who nearly 80 million Americans elected, she called him racist, shared a photo of herself wearing a Biden for President campaign hat, serves on the board of a Soros-funded activist group. In 2020, PBS's White House correspondent at the time characterized President Trump's speech then at Mount Rushmore as a love letter to white resentment, promoting the myth of America. In 2017, PBS devoted an entire panel talking about what it means to be woke and white privilege. In 2023, PBS's Washington Week Roundtable covered up Joe Biden's clear mental divide That's actually quite the clip. I would encourage all of you to look at it. These are not honest news organizations. These are partisan, left-wing outlets that
PLL
are funded
juice
by
and
the taxpayers.
cheese.
This
Ugh!
administration does not believe it's a good use of the taxpayers' time and money. Ed Lawrence.
Yeah, thanks, Carol. We're asking about the Federal Reserve. So, does the president believe that the slightly restrictive monetary policy
Beastie Brew,
now
you gifted out a sub.
cause an
Let us know why.
economic slowdown? And if
Or did
he
you
doesn't
trade? Did you
What
trade?
cause are you referring to?
No, could the stance of the monetary policy is slightly restrictive? Does the president believe that that stance, the slightly restrictive stance, could cause an economic slowdown in itself?
I haven't heard the president discuss that specifically, but what I do know in regards to the Federal Reserve is the president's been very transparent about his displeasure with both the policies and the management of the Fed, and he spoke about that to all of you pretty extensively in the Oval Office yesterday.
And last month, one more if I could. Last month, the Canadian Prime Minister said the president had agreed to a July 21st.
What is
deadline
this?
sort of work
What am I
towards a
about to
trade
open up?
agreement. That's 4 days from now. Could there be a trade agreement with Canada in 4 days?
Well,
It's the
look, we'll
shorts.
see. The trade team continues to be very active in our conversations and discussions with Canada. The president himself has said, unfortunately, our neighbors to the north have been pretty difficult to deal with when it comes to matters on trade. But in trade, generally speaking, as you know, 25 countries have received letters thus far from the president directly with his big, beautiful signature on them, from Japan to Korea, South Africa, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, just a few countries, and Canada also received a letter for 35%. With that said, if countries want to have legitimate further discussions, the Trump administration and the president's trade team are willing to have further talks, but these letters these countries have been receiving are the deals. And as the president has said, those deals will be made. They are tailor-made to each and every country based on the United States' concerns and what's in the best interest of the American worker and the American people. Charlie, go ahead.
Dip and rep. Come on,
No,
do it.
I called on Charlie, but Deanna, you can go ahead too. Go ahead.
The president said that he floated the idea of a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. Can you
Back to
confirm that?
Epstein.
Has he asked the Attorney General to do this, to appoint a special prosecutor to look it over?
Well, the idea was floated from someone in the media to the president. The president would not recommend a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. That's how he feels. And as for his discussions with the Attorney General, I'm not sure. Deanna.
I don't have any.
Do you know what the president's reaction was to Mike Johnson saying that he wants additional files released, the Epstein files?
Any hope for any kind of
Mike Johnson about that following his comments?
Congress-appointed investigation?
Private conversations with the Speaker.
They did
of
a
the House,
wonderful
but as
job
I
on
answered
9/11.
Jackie's question earlier, the president has said if the Attorney General and the Department of Justice and the FBI have any more credible evidence in regards to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, they should put that forward. He has called on them to do that.
Not to let you know,
Sure. Go ahead.
there's an opera
With a few days.
browser
I'll go to all of
stocks.
you, starting with the lady in the blue.
OpenAI's
With a few days to the
president is
August 9th
tweeting
deadline. How are the
our
negotiations
first AI with
going?
access to a text browser, visual browser, and a
What are
terminal.
they? Can we expect
Will announce the ChatGPT
a delay,
team today.
or should we expect a deal?
Company rolling out
Well, I believe the deadline
Frickin' A,
browser
dude.
is
product
August 1st.
announcement.
As for the European Union, they continue to be very eager in
Dick that one up
negotiating
pretty
with
hard.
our country for obvious reasons on ways to lower their tariff and their non-tariff barriers that we have long said harm our workers and our companies. So
Is there faith
the
in anyone in
president's trade
Congress?
team
There you go. Now you're seeing the light.
Would he accept or would he put forth a postponement of the August 1st?
He's already said he will not. Oh, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Carolina. In Gaza today, Holy Family Catholic Church was struck by an Israeli shell.
Yes.
3 people were killed, 10 wounded. What is the president's reaction to that church coming under fire?
It was not a positive reaction. He called Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning to address the strikes on that church in Gaza, and I understand the Prime Minister agreed to put out a statement. It was a mistake by the Israelis to hit that Catholic church. That's what the Prime Minister relayed to the President, and you should look at the Prime Minister's statement that will be coming.
Back to your letter that you read at the beginning.
Sure.
The president, you said mild swelling in his legs. Is
Yes, sir.
it causing him any discomfort? How are you treating
No, I'm sure that feels good.
No discomfort from the president at all, and you probably all see that on a day-to-day basis. He's working around the clock. As for the treatments, I can defer to the president's physician, and we'll get you this letter. I think it will answer all your questions.
There are reports that a Chinese-born banker who works in Atlanta for Wells Fargo is being prevented from leaving China. Has the president, is he going to bring this up with President Xi? Are you aware of the case?
I'm not aware of the case, but I'm sure our National Security Council team is. Steve will get you some answers on that. Kristen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. So the first is that President Trump said that the Attorney General only gave him a brief overview of what was in these Epstein files. Does he have knowledge or an understanding of what is in the files related to Epstein that have not been released?
Not to my knowledge, and that's a question for the Attorney General, as I said, and the President has told the Attorney General if they have any more credible evidence, they should release it.
Is that evidence, would she have to run that by the President before she released it?
I don't think so. He said if she has any more credible evidence, she should release it.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, yes.
Great. Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. One, today.
And you can go ahead, Andrew. Don't worry.
Today, tens of thousands of folks are rallying nationwide to honor the legacy of Congressman John Lewis. Meanwhile, Republicans in Texas reportedly are working to redraw congressional maps at President Trump's urging.
Watch the 6142 level.
Reconciling his call to action for Texas Republicans with the legacy of Representative John Lewis.
Jeez.
I'm not quite sure how the two
Heard me
things
say
are
it.
related. I think the president would agree that John Lewis served our country for many, many years. It has nothing to do with the redistricting efforts that are currently underway by Texas Republicans to add seats to their legislature. They have the right to do that. The president spoke to the congressmen and women who serve the great state of Texas about it, but it's up to them and it's up to their legislature to get that approved.
And Caroline,
Go ahead.
just a second question. And
Go
does
ahead.
the president support the Justice Department's request for just 1 day in jail for the officer convicted in Breonna Taylor's killing? And what message does he believe that sends to her family and to other families seeking justice in cases of police violence?
I haven't talked to the president about that case. Go ahead.
Just the president,
ahead.
when the president met the interim president of Syria a couple of months ago, he described him as a young, tough, attractive guy. After the latest clashes in Syria over the last few days, does President Trump still support Syria's interim president?
The president still supports Syria's pathway to a peaceful and prosperous country, and you received an update directly from the Secretary of State on the ongoing situation between Syria and Israel. I spoke to him myself this morning to get an update, and as soon as the United States became involved in this conflict, we were able to de-escalate, deconflict. That seems to be continuing. Syria agreed to draw back their troops that were in the area where that clash was ongoing, and we continue to be very actively monitoring the situation. The president wants to see Syria become a prosperous and stable country, and by the lifting of the sanctions on Syria, he's giving them a real chance to do that, and he wants to see that through. Andrew, go ahead.
So on Tuesday, the president told a very detailed story about his uncle, noted scientist John Trump, and Theodore Kaczynski, the late Unabomber. He said that Dr. Trump taught Ted Kaczynski. Ted Kaczynski was not identified as the Unabomber until 1996, 11 years after John Trump passed away. It would have been impossible for John Trump to have ever discussed the Unabomber with the president. So what was he talking about? And I have one follow-up.
Andrew, with so many issues going on in the world, I'm a little bit surprised you would ask such a question, although I'm not sometimes coming from you, I will say, but I'm willing to give you an answer. Nevertheless, the president's uncle did, in fact, teach at MIT. He was a very intelligent professor. The president's very proud of his family. In fact, the president has a letter from his uncle on the MIT letterhead that sits in the Oval Office dining room. Maybe we'll let you see it sometime. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Caroline,
Way to not answer the question.
Consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell
Elizabeth,
if the Epstein case is a hoax?
I love it.
He would not be getting
Pardon, Jilly.
If that mayoral race, if that's still the case, given his history drawing a large crowd in New York City, what's his reason for staying out of it in that way?
Well, look, I think the president reserves the right to get involved in races or not get involved in races, and he's made the decision not to weigh in on the New York mayoral race, as you rightly pointed out, although he has gone as far to say he absolutely does not want to see Zemdami elected.
All right, calling it here, boys.
Who supports
Freaking
the abolishment of private property, the defunding
$1,600 a day. We were up $1,700 a day. We were up $3,000 at the highest. Just keep spinning my wheels. I'm gonna take the wins, go home with them. What am I doing? What are you doing, Vega? hanging it up. It's 2 o'clock. Things aren't really opening up.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know if I've had a red day this. Well, I may have had a red day this month. It's been insane. No, we crossed the 200K profit on the year. That's an accomplishment this month. So keeping that going. See you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go have some beer, some boys. SJ's on the list. No, I'm not cool enough to be invited to that island. I mean, obviously I would have said no, but the invitation would be nice. It's like a status symbol, you know. All right, peace out, everybody.